Good morning, everyone. Thursday. Here we are on the weekly on NQ. We also have FOMC today. Typically FOMC is Wednesday. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, we have FOMC later today. I had marked out this 4-hour FEG last night as a point of interest, and we never even retraced there. So we're about 200 points from all-time highs. It's definitely the draw on liquidity for me on NQ. But, no retracements, kind of tough situation. So, I'll have to see what does the chat typically say here. Most people are bullish, yeah. Okay. Love you. You've helped me with your patience, Tanya. Thanks, Daniel. Tanya, good morning. Hi, Brian. Good morning. Do you find it more difficult to see setups when market is near or at all-time highs? Yeah, sometimes. This is then you kind of have to generate more liquidity to go towards the all-time highs, and that could be a tough situation. Someone said they've become a perma bull. That's funny. Gotten new glasses on. Some blue light glasses. So we'll see how it goes like this. Everything is pretty much yellow now. So let's see if I can get used to it. Here. Just want to order my little area. Okay. ES is at all-time highs. It's marvelous. So I think I'll just put on the time. See what's up. Ideally NQ gives us some sort of long setup where maybe it gets below or at midnight open and then reverses, but I feel like that might be asking for a lot. I'm not too sure. That is around 90 points below. The 4 hours about 150 points below, or 150 points below here. So we'll have to see. Open about 5 minutes. See, at open it'll show the RTH gap. This was yesterday's and barely tapped. We barely touched into it. Yeah. Kind of cautious today because we have FOMC in the afternoon, right? I don't think I'll be able to stream FOMC today. I have to kind of get ready for my trip to Florida. It's gonna be fun though. I'm literally meeting up with a lot of traders. You guys know Kane? Trader Kane. He's coming through from London. He made 2 million on Apex. It's gonna be cool. Plus all the people I saw last time too. NQ's at all-time highs. What you mean? No, it's not. Yeah, I'm going to Fort Lauderdale for the weekend. I'm not on the wrong contract. Someone else is using the wrong chart. You're probably looking at like NAS 100 or something, bro. Totally different. Yeah, you're looking at NAS 100. That's not the same. It's a CFD. We got open in 2 minutes. Do you know what happens if you have more than 20 evals? Nothing. Because they're not like performance accounts. If you have extra performance accounts, I'm pretty sure it's just like on queue. So if you fail one, then they'll bring up the next one. Yeah, I don't know, that was a waste of my time reading that. The chat there. Let me think here. ES. Was yesterday's RTH. Open in 1 minute. You have all this like LR trendline liquidity here sitting below. So just gonna chill, let it open. All right, open in literally 1 minute, 5 seconds. That's your gap up. So far pushing up. Does anyone else crack their knuckles like that? Right, little first 2 minutes was a push up. Now we're just hanging around. Really, no dip into the gap. Tiny little like 2-point dip. It's gonna be crazy if it's like gonna be a gap and go situation. I was honestly thinking maybe London would have or trace into that 4-hour fair value gap, but thankfully it didn't down here. Yeah, straight up. Apple's up 1.6%. Yes, right at the 9:30 open back at where it started. Meanwhile, NQ's about 40 points above that. See if NQ ends up inverting this on the 2 to go lower into the little gap. Or does it get bought up here again? Who knows? So far, no inversion. Respected the 2-minute FEG. We'll see what happens. All we gotta do, just Trump it's Trump's presidency now. We just have to close our eyes, press the buy button, and let it take care of itself. It's just crazy. There's no manipulation or retracements at all here. I know, like, that feeling is very strong sometimes, but it's not good. It's not, don't give into it. I don't give into it. Should we gap up? Gapped up 114 points. We're up another 50 points or so. You guys, I think I pulled the chat about, like, I think most people, I think 86%, this is their first election a year they're trading, which is interesting. I did trade the last election year in 2020, and from 20 into, like, I was trading when Trump was president last time, and I do remember, like, his tweets would really they would cause like volatility in the marketplace. So I definitely put tweet notifications back on for him, because he would just say anything, and then the market would move based on that, because it's world news essentially, right? So I'm gonna get a lot more volatility. So in this 15-minute candle, I'm sure it looks crazy. Yeah. First 15-minute candle, 60 points. Yes, not really much on the first 15 minutes. Not the same. Someone said this MF not trying to pull it, not trying to pull it back at all. SMH, yeah, that was it. This little 2-minute, during no liquidity was taken out, no like trend line, no retracement back to midnight open or 8:30 open. All these little This is a crazy candle, actually, on the hourly. Is that bigger than yesterday's? Yeah. Fine though, then you like use that range. I don't know, market is not just doesn't go straight up. So like what you can do is find little pockets of imbalance to put down some risk. If you're so bullish and you don't want to wait for the retracement, you just find any little pocket of imbalance then. But we just had a huge day yesterday. I mean, you could have 2 large days in a row for sure, or even 3. What does a daily look like? How much are we up on the daily there? No, the range is only 217 points, so we're up 85.85% on NAS. So that 15-minute candle just closed. What happened? What's up? Thanks for donation, Ezekiel. From 21,225, there are 2 VIs in H4, old unmitigated. Greetings from Argentina. Greetings. I was like looking there. Let me see. You like seeing this? Yeah. The ES is going to drop down further into this gap. And NQ, I mean, we'll see. We're in this like 3-minute FEG on NQ. Let's measure out how much it moved from here. Swing low to swing high. It's just the 3 minutes and isn't a premium, so I wouldn't long that or anything. See how this goes. We're gonna end up inverting and going back into this gap, or are we gonna find another leg up from here? Yes, just interesting close on the 15 there on ES. See NQ. It's holding up the top half of that first 15-minute candle. A huge move up yesterday, and we had another gap up, and then we just pushed up more at open. You know, just tough when your model is like needs a manipulation, right? So when you're bullish and there's no manipulation to the downside, it's just like, there's no reason for me to get in. Maybe it does end up dropping lower and then giving me a manipulation. I don't know. Find out. It is 9:50 right now, 9:50 to 10:10 macro. And bear in mind we have FOMC at 2 p.m. today. So, do you guys think we're gonna hit new all-time highs on NQ today during FOMC? The first presented FEG for ES is here. Kind of like in BPR. Now it's breaking back above it. Let's see if it closes above it. No, with a displacement. Closed above. Not really a displacement though. This is the first presented FEG for NQ over here. There's nothing for me to do really. There's not even. Not like there's a bearish shift either, an obvious one or anything. There's no break of a short-term low. With an displacement, there's no inversion. No. ES is pushing back up. NQ just hanging around right now. Let me put up 950 on ES. This low is, yeah, no FEG here, no displacement. I was looking for maybe a displacement happening during the macro here, but no. This one, see, kind of sloppy there. Well, this one is literally a tick. On the 1 minute, it's a tick long. I mean, this was not a bad reaction there. And it's 950 to 1010 macro. Is it going to invert this with a FEG or not? You follow bullish order flow towards here. A nice displacement there. Nice. That was pretty nice. Who caught those longs? $9.50 macro, pretty good. So I hit new high day. Pretty much following consistent bullish order flow for now. Created this big one. It's a pretty big FEG on the 1 minute here. See it. See if it gets to that volume imbalance in the 4 hour. I mean, honestly, my target is all-time highs though. But you don't know how it's going to get there. If it's going to get there smoothly or not. So always take partials and such. Yeah, you got to see it on the 30-second, honestly, because the 1 minute. Well, the 1 minute had one tick of FEG here. That's what I was looking at. Otherwise, if you waited for this 1 minute, you would not have gotten filled here. A fast market. Get ready for fast markets. But it's kind of cleaner here. This is where it broke the high with FEG. It's where you kind of want to be careful. You guys closed above its 15-minute, first 15-minute candle of the day. A bunch of volume imbalances, I guess. Sort of stalls here could create that 5-minute FEG and then come back lower again into here. Or maybe that was it with this 2-minute. Tapped pretty much the previous 15-minute candle high, the T there, yeah. Right there, that is. Those 5-minute closes above that. I'll end up seeing maybe that's a 4-hour point of interest for maybe it'll create a 5-minute inversion down here for the shorts later. I personally would wait until like the 5-minute inverts. So far. Person that donated, hey, that's a pretty interesting point of interest there because it did wick it. So then we'll see if this is like a stop run or is it going to be an inversion? It's like how it reacts to this low here. I'd be very interested to see if it even gets there. But so far, you have some inversions on like the 30-second or so. Not really something I'm going to go into though. It's a 4-hour from a very long time ago. Let me see here. See, is there going to be a 10 a.m. reversal, you guys? Yeah, still near its. How to make a new hive day, actually. Okay, ES made a new high. See if NQ follows up, or does it end up being a divergence? Looks like it's following so far, so we'll see. And bullish floor on that 1 minute has been just followed through every little order block. NQ new high of day there. See if it pushes through that. On the 5, right? So previous 5 minute and close above it. Looks like this one's not either so far. We'll see. Like these 2 5-minute candles wicking this area. But for me to short, like I would need some obvious displacement candle to the downside. So we'll see if this ends up maybe this breaks large displacement. I don't know. Yeah, it's a decent short idea. There, I'm trying that short there. As soon as it hits this, I'm gonna put stop break even. It stops here, the top of this. See how it reacts to this area. Ideally, doesn't close back above this. Should respect the midpoint. Looks good. As soon as it hits this area, if it does, right, I could still get stopped. Then I'll put my stop at break even. Not loving that candle close here, but I'm gonna give it some time. Not too much time though, honestly, because if I want it to be an inversion near the top, it should work out pretty quickly. Otherwise, I'm gonna get stopped quickly, right? So let's see, 1, 2, 3. Give it like 5 minutes to work towards my favor. It's like 2 more minutes. Yeah, or yeah, 1 more 5-minute candle, really. Yeah. Very interested to see the reaction at that low. I'd want it to invert quickly. We're gonna have like a huge downside pullback, but you just don't know. That's why I'm gonna put stop break even immediately, because I need it to like bleed through that area then. I'm okay with getting a stop break even then. Anyway, it's starting to come back lower towards my direction. We'll see. It's going to dilly-dally. Next 2 minutes needs to really go lower. Literally nothing. So yes, going towards new high of day. This 5 minutes not closing the way I want it to. It's back near the open. Give it literally, I'm giving it like another 20 seconds or so. I don't like that ES is gonna make it. Well, that could be an S&T. 1, 2, 3. No, it's hanging around way too long in this potential inversion VPR. I'm cutting that. Yeah. So I give it 5 minutes. Pretty much did. It's hard for me to do that, but I have to cut it. I'll rather be part of the long going back up after manipulation, or if it goes and completely inverts this area, but not worth it. Not worth that. So I took -8 points. I wanted a quick move lower from here. So it's okay. Probably would have been like around -3 points if I got her entry, but still love you. Yes, making new highs. The only way I'd get involved right now is if it displaces here a large FEG inversion, or manipulates and then provides something higher. Yeah, I would hate to be in any kind of position right now still. This is like agonizing. So I'm okay if I miss. Should have been way quicker if it was going to be good. Good thing I got a VPN so people can't. This needs to be fast then. If it's going to be a good, like a short, next 20 seconds should be like going through this. Yeah, I'm happy I'm not still in that. Well, no 10 a.m. reversal. Yeah, just know if there's like a BPR near the top of the range, right? Well, I had to cut it. It shouldn't be hanging out there like for that long, right? Like those are the kinds of trades where it continues running and then you see it after the fact and you're like, oh yeah, I missed that, or you saw it before and you just missed it, So then you have to find the second. But this is the second distribution, but this is not acting that way, so there's no point in staying in it, So I'd rather cut it for like -6 points, 7, whatever it is, than -20. If I know typically it goes running. My dad just sent me a meme. It's funny. It was like these Canadian Rangers and said, any celebrities yet? Not a single one, sir. Because all the celebrities that were saying they're going to move, they're going to leave America. Yeah, that was a decent try. I would try that again, but I took a time stop on it. I just know how NASDAQ moves, and it does not move that way when it has a reversal. It's like here, that nice close, and then had like literally 2 seconds to catch this volume imbalance. This is so funny. Look at the bodies of the 5-minute candle for like the last 20 minutes. Tiny bodies. Haven't moved much. Yes, another new high of day. Doesn't mean anything if there's no strong shift after. Maybe this candle. There is 40 seconds left. So we'll see if it gives us a nice displacement to the downside. I don't know. We'll see. Or is it going to be like this? See. See the reaction to here. I'm waiting for this 1 minute candle to close and see if there's a fair value gap created there. So right now, I'm not sure if that's going to be the return to the 5 minute, or is it going to invert? If it inverts this, then I'll probably just get in. It's empty at the high. No structure break for ES. Kind of funny. No break of a short-term low at all. Ooh, I think I forgot to switch it so you guys see better. That's 250.50 for me. I think I'd rather wait for another break of a low. Let's see. It's because ES is making higher highs, and we're in a 5 minute FEG now, so don't know if that's potential just a sweep reversal again, or are we gonna have an MMSM? MMSM, like I'm okay with waiting for the next one. Rather than, I just don't like that, you know, if this also had a shift now, like that would be better. Okay, it was a good call here. It's like that could just be more of a shift. I mean, manipulation. Cool. Now what, are you gonna break through this or not? No, I don't like how that 5 minute was not closing above. So I don't know. I'm literally just staying out of this. It's just longing is such a big premium, you know. 30, and it already took out some highs here. It's just tough. It's too tough for me to get involved right now, unless something happens during the 1050 macro. I feel like I'd be more comfortable longing otherwise. This isn't a discount of this leg up. It's just I wasn't loving how I was wicking this again. It didn't do it for me. I was like, are you gonna close above this or what? And it literally didn't stop right there. It's definitely weird, you guys. There's no 10 a.m. reversal. There's no manipulation pre-market. Let me think. You know, if we get some sort of inversion back up here, I don't know. Perhaps, but right now I don't want to get caught up in this zigzag. I don't think that this is a safe low to put my stop at because this is pretty much a liquidity level. It's a low in an imbalance. It didn't completely fill the imbalance. It's in a premium. It would be different if we closed above this. Thankfully, I didn't short that because it literally didn't close right around this candle. It didn't invert. I said I wanted the 5 minute to invert there. It didn't. 4-hour entry. 4-hour point of interest. I want a 5 minute. I'll watch to see if this works out. It retraced to this FEG and a discount / BPR. Just slowly making new highs on ES. Off the mouse for me, really, though. We're just consolidating. If this 5 minute inverted. Didn't. So ugly. Pretty much got that scalp here from after that reaction there to there. That's pretty much it. And then stop out there. Not much. They're inverted. You could find a scalp there. And then see how that 5-minute closes. There's 4 minutes left in that, honestly. It could end up being good. Here, that's like an 8-point scalp. Stop. Cool. There. With that scalp, I mean, I'm holding some for break even to see how this 5-minute closes. It could be a nice distribution to the upside then. Yeah, 5 and the 15. So maybe I could ride it. I'm buying a breakout, you guys. See how it goes. Let's go NQ. Run it up. Did you guys get it? Because it was still at the beginning of the 5-minute candle. I think I'm just gonna hold that. The runners there. Mm-hmm. And 50 macros incoming. Basically, this is what happened, right? It created that breaker here. But I'm honestly seeing, I think the other day I did this as well where I waited because I felt like it could be a large pullback since it didn't break above this or that. So then I waited for the inversion. So yesterday's my first trade was pretty similar there. And then my third trade yesterday, right, where I got pretty annoyed. It's where I kind of longed up here and then I put my stop a bit tight and then I got stopped. And then it literally did the same thing inversion and then it kept running without me. And that's sort of what I've been seeing happening. By the way, yesterday when I was like, let's tape read from like 11:50 to 12:10, that helped as well. But anyway, let's see here. 5-minute closing, very strong there. There's still 10 minutes in this 15-minute candle. It could be a very large candle, so I'm just going to hold up 30 points on that. Where I was like, oh, this could be a potential scalp, but I'd hold through this. And see like how it continues to run, which is pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, we could get to all-time highs. I don't know. Let's see. I'd rather see this little manipulation leg and draw a fib to project a little bit. Yeah, that does line up with some levels here. Already past the -1 extension. Yeah. I'd just rather hold for this 15-minute candle. Because likely we just broke through. It's unlikely it's going to come all the way back down to my stop, honestly. If it does, I'm okay with it. But I like how it's, yeah, 8 minutes left in this hourly too. See in the 5-minute. How much are we up on the day on ES? 0.6% and NQ is up 1.2. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I want to hold this. No matter what, because I feel like it could just continue just running. If it doesn't, then it's okay. A 15-minute candle looking pretty strong here. $11.10 for the 1050 to 11:10 macro. Could come back into this FEG for the previous high. I think it's pretty unlikely for it to come into this one. Let's see, 1, 2. That's why I kind of have my stop here. It's we went through it 3 times now. 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if it's going to be any pretty much balanced price range, then right, it's offered buy side and sell side through that area like 3 times. So I don't think it should a 4th time. Does some whatever. So now we have a 5-minute FEG here. Yeah, should stay in the upper half. It's this low, 40. Stopped a tick before. Yeah, pretty nice push there on the 15. You hived A and Q. Oh, it's a huge 15-minute candle, actually. Let's see. Like on that, now I'm up 40 points from where I called out that potential scalp turning into runners. So this is a standard deviation. Let's see here. ES not making new high day. I'll just take one off the table, one more contract off the table for 40 points to lock that in. Otherwise, I do want to still hold. And also, I said wow, right? If I say wow, it's you should take some profit, or I should take some profit. Good area. Didn't tap into that 5 minutes at all. Closing above the previous. Continuing to run. What did I measure out here? Oh, that one. From here to here and there to there. Yeah. See what's up at London close. Honestly, I'm okay with holding this all day. If it doesn't stop me, I'd either take off at when the NQ's like up 2% or what was the other one? Or all-time highs, or maybe I'd take another partial at like 2.5 standard deviation at like 21, 195, 194. Shout out to Argentina today, giving that point of interest a 4-hour volume imbalance. I honestly didn't really think of it as like that important, but it's kind of important to, I guess, just mark it out anyway and see if there's reactions there. Because look at it, it looked to be really important today. Like oftentimes I'll maybe draw something out and then delete it, but then later it turns out to be pretty important. You guys like my new glasses, by the way? Yeah, I'm wearing shorts because it's literally like 70 degrees in November in New York City. Let's see if my assistant saying anything today. What? What are they trying to do? Oh yeah, to see if my assistant sent me anything from the chat. No. Oh, yeah, there's something. What do you do to keep fresh on ICT teachings? What do you mean? I trade every day. See, is it going to return into this little FEG here? Decent. Also around like 50% of this candle. So really that should be, there's going to be continuation. That should be pretty much where it stops. So let's see. What I don't like is NVIDIA breaking lower a bit on the 5. Let me see. All right, though. Took most of my partials, you know. So, it's decent. It's pretty good. Ideally, it just sort of consolidates and just kind of like here, pretty much. I have a stress ball, yeah. It's just fun. Pretty happy before I took that other partial over here, right? It's pretty much here. Pretty good. I have no emotion if it stops me at break even, that's totally fine. Let's see. 5-minute candle is 4 minutes left. It's gonna be telling. Not bad. Let's see. There's 2.5 minutes left. I mean, the best thing is that it wicks the area, right? Just like here, where we wicked. Just like here. It looks like it is. There's no motion. It could all change in a minute too. I accept the risk. Yeah, looks pretty good. You guys, look how fancy I am now. My still glass bottle water. Still water. Evian. Yeah, so that area where we broke the high of a fair value gap, it's pretty good. Holding up well. The ES here. Looks fine. Wicking the upper half. It didn't wick the entire thing, so not the best. I feel like Nvidia is dropping more, so I might end up getting stopped, which I'd be okay with, because I'd rather. Right? What am I really losing here? A break-even trade versus getting like 100 points on runners. So that's my prerogative or whatever. That's my thought process. So let's see. This 5-minute candle is honestly reaching deeply, really close to my break even right now. It's 3 points. 11:10. Basically put it like right under the CE of that 4-hour FEG. Didn't tap me. Didn't tap me out yet. Got like 3 ticks above it. Basically what I did, right? I put it right under the CE of that. Well, also my buy was there, but that's kind of incredible. Just zoomed up another 20 points from there. Buying here, and then I did add while I was going through this. So that's why the remainder is here. But I don't know. Like I said, it could still stop me out. Even that, like, you can get excited over this candle, still come back down again. Who knows? You don't know. You're not in charge of the market. But that would be pretty incredible where it came into this order pairing zone where it broke the high of a fair value gap, took this low again into here, this previous. I guess I'll have to wait and see. This closes above the FEG. That's pretty good news. Just 2 minutes left. I'm not loving how Nvidia is going lower. Yeah, this candle closes on the 5. If it closes above the fair value gap, it's good news. If it doesn't, then I'll probably get stopped quick, but it's okay. Microsoft making new highs of day. It's really pushing. How much is Microsoft up today? 1.2%. Okay. Tesla's up 3. Meta's up 3. Google's up 1.4. Apple's up 1.5. Nvidia's up 1.2. All right, pretty good close. See in the next 10 seconds, but it's pretty good. Yeah, closed above it. So now this 15-minute candle rebalanced, redelivered here. I would want the next one to continue higher. Feel a little sloppy on the 30-second, but I want to see, this is a 5-minute, you want to start seeing like a 30-second shift soon, otherwise I'm probably going to get stopped. Which means like I want to see a break above a short-term high at least on the 30 with displacement. I'm okay again. Like I said, I'm accepting the risk of just holding the runners. Really breaks above this one for a breaker, but even breaking above this, the displacement would be good. Let's see. You just hang around here as it is a 5-minute FEG, you know? Accumulating. Did here one. Well, the fact is this one's pretty good because it just dipped into it, did close above this here too. So yeah, I would think that if we're gonna have nice, more bullish price action, should start continuing distribution higher here soon. So let's see here. Actually, we are. See if this ends up being like a displacement. That would be pretty good. Yeah. Okay, let's see if it provides a fair value gap there. It doesn't, so it's likely going to accumulate more then. Well, we'll see then. The next swing high is here. So now this could actually drop again into here, this area. Let's see. Google is making new high of day too. Nvidia's coming back. I'm okay with it consolidating. I mean, my stop is where it is for a reason, so. It was kind of insane how it stopped 3 ticks below it before it. Scary. I did say that it moved through that range 3 times. So that was a balanced price range. It shouldn't come back below 50% of it. And it didn't. It stopped right there, right before it. It's kind of crazy. If it comes back again, then it's, then it's just gonna be a bit of like a lunchtime accumulation then. Well, let's see. Came back into this little area again, true. That's unable to make any displacements here on the 32nd. So that was a 5-minute look like. Looks okay. It's not anything to write home about though. See in the next minute if it at least closes above the previous 5-minute candle would be nice. It's the beginnings of the next 15-minute candle, so it could be accumulation, manipulation a little bit, and then higher. I don't know. We'll see. But my stop's there for a reason. But yeah, like there's not really a 30-second entry here. Sometimes you can find, unless you're just taking like bullish FEG, Like sometimes you can find the 30-second entry like down here. Why am I looking? I'm gonna use my glasses. I was looking above them. You guys like them? Yes or no? I think they're cool. I'm probably gonna end up wearing them like every day. It does help with my my eye fatigue though. It's helping. I should put a poll in the chat. Should I hold or should I take the profit? Nah, we don't listen. Like the chat is the chat. You guys could say whatever. I'm sure everybody was yelling at me for buying this too. I didn't close above, so whatever. It's a slow moving. Slow moving. Again, struggling here. So thinking more consolidation is probably in play. Could come down all the way here again. Oh, Eric, you can even stop me out. I really emotionless. But honestly, if you're like entering, well, I entered on the 1 minute. You don't want to, if you're entering, let's say on the 1, you don't want to monitor your trade on the 30-second really, because that's going to cause you to micromanage and like maybe scare yourself out of the trade or something. Unless you really have like a time stop coming up and you do want to micromanage it. Which for me, I'm okay because I'm up, I'm up 30 points or so on the trade. I'm comfortable with, even if it gets stopped out, break even, whatever. I'm not going to be micromanaging it. So, or let's say you're entering on the 5, then you should just manage it on the 5. You shouldn't really go down to the 1 now and figure out whether to stay in or not. You should or you can use higher time frame as well. But like going lower, it's just a way for you to get more anxious about it. I'm just looking at it for for the sake of looking at a 5-minute point of interest and seeing if there's a 30-second shift. There's not really. So yeah, we are dropping back into this FEG here. We come into CE of here, even back to CE on the 1, who knows? Could be scary. Just gyrating up and down about 10 points there. Yeah, I wouldn't short this, that's for sure. I'm seeing, are we finally going to have some sort of displacement? Nope. Should I start reading a book to you guys about trading? Castillo, what are people saying for that? Do you do to keep fresh on ICT teachings? What do you mean trade every day? Do you do? My friend just clipped that part and sent it to me. That's funny. No, dude, that is funny. Okay, this is a 15. 30-second. It's breaking above, not any displacements here, but hey, I guess on the 15 there are. That kind of tells me though, that means we could like come back down again into here. Especially this is a 1-minute Sibi, so we could potentially gyrate back and forth between the 1-minute Sibi and like the 5-minute Bissy or the 15-second Bissy here. BPR. See how this next 15-minute candle is doing. It's like decent, yeah. Pretty decent. It's the inside of this one. Closing green. Well, 3 more minutes left. Stop trying to short. Yo, anyone that's like shorting this, good luck. Good luck, bro. Hope I don't just jinx myself. I shouldn't do that. But I'm just saying I would not. Like that's a area that's like an example of where people it's like a low quality 2022 setup or people thinking that's a 2022 setup but not understanding narrative or higher time frame structure. Florida, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so I was the music or whatever thing I was humming was Funky Town. So people were asking. Okay, well. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold this, bro. It kind of feels like, yesterday. It's making higher lows. So this breaker here on the 1 minute, sure, the 30-second. But when it's like such a large one, it didn't really displace above it quickly. Coming into the Sibi, it could come back down again into the air if it wants to. Ideally, not doesn't, but that was wild. I mean, I definitely have to take an edit of like where it came. 3 points, 3 ticks. But that happens. I mean, I've one time been 1 tick away from getting stopped out. Let me think. And I've also gotten stopped out to the tick many times, and that's the most difficult thing when that will drive you crazy, honestly. That will drive you crazy if you let it. You get stopped to the tick and then it continues towards your direction. That is like the epitome of a potential catalyst for revenge trading, right? I'm not going to move my stop up or anything, by the way. I like that jagged low. I like that. That's pretty much an intermediate term low now. I've rebalanced a BPR. It repriced to a BPR and it has a higher low to each side of it. So I do like this as an intermediate term low to have my stop at. Do you remember earlier when I said, actually, never mind. Yeah, that's good. Cool. What did people say, Castillo? Oof. Crazy. So intermediate term low here, short term low on the left, on the to the right. Why am I saying that's an intermediate term low? You guys should check out what's the name? Episode 12, Advanced Market Structure Theory. Short term low to the left. Short term low to the right. I personally like a low to have a lower body close. Like I like this low better than this low. I guess on the 32nd it is shown here. So the intermediate term low shouldn't be broken. And also an intermediate term low, if you're bullish, right? If you're bullish, an intermediate term low should not be broken. I think a lot of people were asking me, what's the difference between this and this, right? The short-term low and intermediate term low. Well, short-term low can get broken a bit. It can. See an example. An intermediate term low is also a low that completely fills an imbalance. So here it's not on the 5-minute, but to me, it completely filled this reprices balance price range. I did say, like, I wouldn't, this is why I said this is good luck if you're shorting this, right? This is very much not a 2022 model, okay? Like, there was no point of interest up there. This is a potential, like, this, I tried it myself, right? And I was like, possible. Still, it's a 4-hour point of interest going on the 1 minute. And I said this 5-minute has to start distributing because I wanted the 1 minute to turn into like a 5-minute shift, right? That's when I'm thinking fractal. I'm thinking of price always in that way, like the 5 minutes forming half the 15. And it was taking way too long, right? So then I cut it here for like -8 points. It's all fine. And then I said this is potentially a manipulation, or we'll see if it closes a lot below it, then it would be a reversal. But it was a manipulation. I didn't even get involved here yet. You could have. I'm sure plenty of people did, even in here. I got involved here, where I said it would be a nice scalp. I scalped to here, held runners. And here we're still in the runners. Let's see. See, I'm just asking my assistant. Any questions in the chat? Because yesterday Chad annoyed me by saying I'm over trading and holding and whatever. I just don't want to see people's input while I'm still in a trade on, trade that I planned, So anyway, this is an example. Maybe it provides a little speed bump on the way where if you're in a long, like I said, hey, maybe it rejects from this for a little bit and then does come back in here. It did kind of consolidate. It didn't pull back as I thought. I thought it would, honestly, come back lower. It doesn't. Hey, it's even better for me. But just a potential speed bump to see and to mark out to prep your mind better for that. Right? Because you're preparing okay, just same as here where I had my standard deviation projections, right? I believe I took some profit at around here, right? Because I measured out this. Not that, oh my gosh. Why do I always mess that up? Okay. Right, this is that's pretty much lined up with I took the fib of this breaker, right? This is the failed swing lower, and then also this leg up higher. They have some level here matching up. So I took some profit here, especially we had already done extension of -1 of that leg. We're above it. So I took some profit here. And that's also a potential area where you're okay, we're pretty extended. So I can prep my mind for a potential pullback into the 5-minute and not get, stressed out about it, right? So I'm still holding this. Will I be trading FOMC this afternoon? Unfortunately, I can't stream it because I have to go to settle to get ready for my trip to Florida. It's at 2. I think I have a meeting at 2:30, so I don't think I'm. No, actually, I can't because typically I'll wait until 2:30 for Powell to speak. So I'll tell you guys what I typically do. What's my protocol for FOMC? I don't do anything from 2 to 2:30. I wait until Powell starts speaking. And I don't even listen. I don't listen to Powell. Just look at price action. And it is it's a lot of times there's 2 false swings, honestly. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2. Honestly, backtest the previous ones. But it's really about knowing the narrative. I do think we're going to all-time highs. We have time to get there today. We're up 1.3%. We could have another 2% move. That's why I was not worried about longing again. I said we could have a second big up day. That happens quite a lot, especially if there's momentum in the marketplace, if there's some news. There's plenty of 2 large days in a row. See, here's 3. After the third one, I'm typically more cautious. But I would probably look for more longs or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's a slow push up back higher. 15-minute looks good though. Let's see how it would be nice if it closes above high of day. Then I don't have to worry. You guys know I met Tori Trades actually. You guys like my glasses? I'll probably put a link tomorrow or something to my glasses. It would be cool if we all then we'd be like really a cult then. If everybody starts wearing the glasses. Like, oh my god, we're never beating the cult allegations. T-Trade's got me into them because he's really a health nut. This is really so I don't feel fatigued from blue light. I slept like a baby. I also have like red ones too. What do you guys think? Someone told me I look deep fried yesterday. So what does this look better? Wait, or worse? But I feel like this looks worse. This I put on turned off color correction now. Okay, 1. This is like an eye doctor. 1 or 2. Okay, 1 or 2. I do think my hair. I feel like my hair does look like this more in real life, but I feel like the contrast is better now. 1 or 2. Type it in the chat. 1, 2. My hair is not green. You guys are weird. I'll make a poll because you guys are. How do I do that on my phone? How do I make a poll on my phone? Can I do that? I guess not. Okay, again, I'm going to say this is 1, the darker one. This is 2. One, 2. Yeah, I think 2 is more accurate to real life because I am wearing a gray shirt with like a black ring and my hair is like this light, so I guess I'll leave it. I guess I'll leave it on 2. I just thought that. I don't know. It looked crisper. Okay, people voted 58%. 58. We hit new high today. Let's see on the 15. We couldn't close above it on the 15. So annoying. We could retrace again. Boo. We could potentially retrace again. Now we have this inversion. We don't displace above this. The next 5-minute candle can't close above this one, then I'll take another partial or so. Let's see, this is the beginning of that, though. That's not the best. Take one more partial. Yeah. Let's see. I didn't take it yet, but let's see on ES. Well, NVIDIA is pushing up higher. You see the heat map for a second. NVIS heat map. Yeah, NVIDIA. I mean, tech is definitely the way to go because JP Morgan's down 4% in the financial sphere. Did they have earnings yesterday? I guess so, right? No? I guess just from the Republican government? What? Well, I don't know. It gapped up a lot, so that makes sense, actually. It's just doing an inside day. TradingView says, key facts today, I guess is from yesterday, really. JP Morgan Chase can gain from a favorable regulatory shift under a Republican government, especially regarding new capital rules called Base 3. Base 3? Oh, Basel 3. What is Basel? Like, I heard of Art Basel. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how that 50-minute didn't close above, so we could retrace again. It could be annoying. So we're back in this 1-minute inversion. We're coming into the 1150 macro. Oops. Yeah, I'm getting notices that FTT is Discord's down. Looks like looks like it's going down. That's just unfortunate for the whole industry. I mean, since the Sage left and everyone else, I mean, it just looked like it was bad. So that's not good for the industry, honestly. You deactivated X, that's not good. Tanya, what's the difference if we trade futures with a CFD prop firm? Well, like we said earlier at NASDAQ, NASDAQ is it goes to actual CME. Well, this is a nice actual. All right, that's nice. Yeah, for FTT, it's unfortunate. I did partner with them for the end of one stream for 20 minutes. And unfortunately, within 24 hours of that happening, they started changing the rules and I let them know I'm not continuing with it. And I had more accounts to give away and they had given me free accounts or whatever. And I said, I'm not going to continue until you, let me know when you're back on track with your payouts, essentially, because I didn't like that they didn't communicate with me at all, especially right when they were talking to me at the same time. So that's unfortunate, though, that their business gone down, looks like. So honestly, just go with reputable firms that have been around for 6 months or more, right? And are not backed up on their payouts. And yeah, I mean, basically, I'm pretty happy that my main firm that I am partnered with is My Funded Futures, right? Since January, and you guys see here. Their payouts are average 20 minutes before you get from request to withdrawal. So I'm sorry to everyone that was affected. I mean, I really hope it doesn't continue like this, like how it was with the Forex prop firms. So I'm pretty much sticking with the ones that have been around for a while. So Top Step, Apex, and My Funded Futures definitely. You guys saw Tradeify did donate yesterday. I have a meeting with him later. I think they have been around. They have no issue with payouts. Someone just asked, what do I think of Tradeify? I have some friends that use it. I'm still in my research phase for that, so I can't really promote or talk much about it. And I think it's one of the first influencer-owned firms, which is fine, as long as they know how to run a business, though, and as long as they are actually like the CEO. It's not like just a influencer that's not involved in it, but it is. I mean, I'll have a talk with Brett Simba later. So I'm up 61 points. That's a wow. Honestly, this is a wow on this little distribution here. I'm contemplating take another partial. I'm really shocked. Yo, that was epic. Who was here when this shit was happening? And I was like so stoic. I was like, well, it's like 3 points away from my stop out. And then it literally did not stop me out. That's the craziest thing. It finally worked one time in my favor. Sheesh. I don't know if that's luck. I don't think it's luck, but some people are going to say luck. It is a little lucky because sometimes it will wick it. But then, I would probably try to get back in. I don't know, because sometimes chat is mean to me, right? Like yesterday when I was looking at that whole intermediate term low, by the way, held for the entire afternoon when people were like, Tanya, why are you over trading? And I was like, I'm not going to get too much into that, but I was just like, I'm just tape reading this after getting pissed off from getting stopped out on my long. Right? So essentially, right, I didn't take this long. I probably should have. I tried a long here. My stop was like here, got stopped out. Pretty similar to what I saw earlier with NQ. And, then a 3-minute inversion happened, whatever. So this time I waited for that inversion. Just like here, same thing. Kind of have this shift here when you're bullish. Someone asked me why this came back up into 50% of this range. Why was I not bearish here? Literally, I was saying actually, like, it needed to, on the 5, it needed to just continue lower from there. It took out some sell side. A lot of it is narrative, okay? A lot of it is narrative. The market, we talked about it. Electing Trump as president, it's rallying. So why would I try more continued shorts there? It's whatever. But anyway, for the win yesterday, I had waited for the inversion here. I think I literally longed this. Yeah. I took it to new high of day, waited for the close, and actually got out there. That was nice. But I think I'm just such a perfectionist where I always feel like I have to get the best possible move or whatever. I mean, here I'm doing pretty well. I'm up 70 points now. Where are we at here? We hit that 2.5. Are we at 2% on the day yet? No. I'm definitely thinking like wow right now, so I definitely am going to take another partial. Plus I said I'd partial here at 2.5 again. So that's partialed. Took another contract off the table there. Now, I I don't even know what I was talking about anymore. Oh yeah, yesterday. It's crazy. Right, same type of thing. This little shift. And then it it retraced in a pretty deep discount there, right? If we're gonna look at the fib, I think 0.705, because I remember. No, I actually even came to. Oh, I did come into 0.786. Pretty sloppy there, right? So in this one, I did wait until an inversion. I literally longed here. I think there was a 30-second FVG like here. It was maybe in drawdown for 2 minutes, and then it just started, schooling. That's just something to think about, I think, for NASDAQ recently, right? Because then on this one, same thing kind of happened, but I'd gotten in on the first entry and I just had a tight stop on it. So it's either like use a swing low, accept the risk, or just wait for an inversion or something. It was an inversion on the 3 here. And at that point, I think I felt like it was too much in premium or something. But it would have worked out fine. Would have worked out fine, as you can see. But during lunch, we were consolidating, and I had marked out this is an intermediate term low, short-term low, short-term low. And you can see it was not violated. Just spooled up, right? So anyway, where are we right now in the market? 75 points. Cool. What's the reason I'm holding and I was not afraid, right? Looking at how NASDAQ was up 0.8%, right? And thinking, okay, we could have 2 up days in a row. We could have another 2% day or so. Or my final target is really all-time highs, which honestly, I don't know if it's going to get there. I'm okay with holding this. But now let's think about where I can move my stop up for intermediate term lows and such. Probably this, but wait. No. I'm actually okay with just holding it as is. My own assistant was just texting me saying, Tanya, please move your stop up in profit to lock in. And I'm literally like, no, actually, don't tell me how to trade. Don't be like my YouTube live stream chat. Because imagine this. Imagine I listen to somebody being like, take it off now, Tanya, take it off now. It's consolidating. And then I see this later. I would be so annoyed, right? Because I didn't follow my plan. It's really hard to stream in front of lots of people, right? They're all giving their input. So oftentimes if I'm in a trade, I'm not really in reading the chat, right? Also, it was a good thing I took another partial there, because now I took that partial up like 70-ish points. Now I'm very chill in this retracement. Even if it does some crazy shit here, I don't even care. But we have lunch hour, 12:10 here, 11:50 to 12:10. And this order block. There's definitely plenty of people telling me longing in a premium, whatever. It just doesn't matter. Just follow your plan. And even if it didn't work out for me, right? If it didn't work out, then I get annihilated online, but it doesn't bother me because it's still, you gotta trade your plan. Okay, let's see. It is lunch hour now, so I might end up. Okay, thanks now for letting me know. I'll check it out. Oh, is ICT here? Oh no, Tori Trades. What's up, Tori? That's wild. I was just saying I just met her the other day. Yeah, we're just holding runners on NASDAQ today. Where did my standard deviations go? Right, I took those partials at 2.5. Why am I looking through the glasses? I mean, I need to get used to the glasses. Yeah, if anyone does use Tradeify in the comments, or feel free to write what you think about them. I care what you guys think. Yeah, so I took a little partial there. I think it is possible for us to get to all-time highs. It's -4, standard deviations are above it. That's typically my last target. So I am still holding, people. And yes, it is still at break even, because I think that's oh my God. Bro. I think that's the intermediate term low. I took enough partials to be comfortable even getting stopped there. So here, I don't know where lunch could run some trend line liquidity, but I do think that it shouldn't run this one. And if it does, I'm okay with it. Who knows, maybe I'd get stopped out during FOMC. What's up? It's nice to have another girl in this space. This weekend, you guys, I'm going back to Florida, Fort Lauderdale. It's a group chat of me and 9 other guys. But that's pretty much how the statistics go. It's 95% men and 5% women. I don't mind that at all. They're cool people. I'm just saying, it is something funny. You do notice it a little bit. Oh, I'm sitting at dinner and I'm the only woman at the table of 8 people. But I don't get bothered by it at all. They're super nice. Everyone is super nice. Make sure you build a good community and network, that makes a huge difference. Otherwise I'd probably go insane. There's my friend Nick does futures. Give him a follow on Twitter and Instagram, YouTube, etc. I call him when I'm annoyed at something, and he just helps keep me sane. He's a very stoic fellow. Yeah, this is just not a place where I'm oh, let me stop myself out. I still want to hold. I'm not really thinking this is an inversion that's gonna be the next leg lower. We didn't really hit any point of interest. Right? Maybe we can mark out. I keep looking over the glasses. Oh man, I'll get used to it. No, honestly, no. What you do here is you take the fib, extend it to the right. Well, just like the previous 4-hour thing, it could just be a speed bump. Doesn't mean I think it's over. 188 was the CE of that. Where is it? Okay. That's fine. Let's see. What else did my assistant say anything? Except green flag. Okay, cool. Favorite trading book? The Mental Game of Trading. Let me bring it out. You guys, we're doing a streamathon. You guys know Kai Cenat? He's doing like a, I don't even know how he became like a huge, I'd like to do some research behind that guy. I don't even know what he does. All I know is he's caused like a riot in New York City and he's a huge following and he had like a commercial of Kim Kardashian. But anyway, he's doing a 30-day streamathon, 24 hours. So for 30 days straight. And he's like, what? You can watch me sleep, watch me shower. It's insane. I wouldn't do that. But right now our stream is going longer than usual. Yeah. Okay, so this is my favorite trading book. It's called The Mental Game of Trading. It's also an audio book. I also have the audio book. That's where I listen to it mostly. Oops. By Jared Tendler. That is so funny. I have to get my nails done after this. That's funny how the green is like see-through. I like him because he gives you like actual reasons why you're feeling like that, but like mostly there's steps, there's like a system to follow. It's not, a lot of these trading psychology books are like, just accept the risk. Don't be fearful. And it's kind of like, okay, like how do you change yourself, right? He actually has some step-by-step thing, which I like. Like, I think most people, they said their issue is lack of patience or over trading or anger. So maybe I can read an excerpt from the table of contents on that. I'm gonna get some water, another water bottle too, because I've been talking nonstop. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't even invert. Oh, well, that's a 3-minute. Let's see the 5. How did that inversion look like? It was pretty quick. But you wanted it to already start going lower then quickly if it was going to be any good one, especially on the 5-minute. So if it reaches back up into here and especially sticks around, like there's just going to be more people trapped shorts there. And I feel pretty fine about holding my longs. We just came back into this little 15-minute FEG actually, an order block. That's kind of interesting. That might be the creating another intermediate term low later. It didn't completely fill it though, so it's not somewhere I would put my stops up yet. It's not an intermediate term low yet, in my humble opinion. So it could kind of like gyrate. So let's see on the M15, M1, 15-minute point of interest. I guess some people are considering this a swing high. It's getting broken here with a displacement. Maybe we can tape read that and see how that goes. However, it is lunch hour, so I'd be careful about that, especially after we did push up a lot. But hey, some people, if you're willing to take the risk, then just do it. That's my whole mantra. It's like, just think, is it worth the risk? The answer is yes. You just put the trade on. It's not really much else thinking. So the more that you look at price action and develop some sort of eye for how things move, and you'll develop like what looks like a A plus setup, what looks like a B plus setup, what the C plus setup, what you'll stay out of, etc. So anyway, let's look into the book while we tape read that. Also, my assistant, you're like free to go. We're going way past this. Sydney Dubin says, "You are the most amazing trader I've ever watched in my over 20-year career trading." That's a very nice comment, Sydney. I appreciate it. It's funny. I don't even consider myself that good. So, but today, I more feel like relief. Oh, it's a good thing I caught 70-point trade on stream today. Otherwise, I'm washed. I don't think of myself as that. I think of myself as mediocre. But being mediocre, you can still be profitable. There's actually a quote I wrote down in my notes for the ICT 2022 mentorship. If you're here, I will drop the link for free PDF in the comments in a second. But essentially, he goes, what did I say? You could have very mediocre entries and still be profitable, right? And that's true. You don't have to worry about getting bottom taking something. Then go, there's a lot of people that do that and brag on Twitter or whatever. That's just not a necessary thing to be profitable. As long as you know where to put a proper stop and your target, if you know the market narrative is, and you know the structure, you'll be fine. And you manage your risk, like you're fine. So this is an example right now, right? So this is no bueno inversion. And I already talked about why I wouldn't even take it, right? Because it's no point of interest. 50% of the CEs. We'll see how this closes. But yeah, it's not looking. It's already retracing too much. If it was going to be a reversal near the top, then it should be quick. So we'll end up seeing here. It could hang around. I still don't think that this is a safe low at the moment. Maybe after we have more displacements higher, then if we create another higher low here, then it would potentially be. And then maybe I could push my stop up there. Decisions. Okay. Okay, yeah, my assistant, you're free to go. We went way past the typical stream. So Chat, you guys are gonna have to behave because I might be reading. I'm gonna be reading it. Okay, so we did dip into here perfectly. That's actually really, really interesting. 15-minute, 1-minute shift. We're tape reading this. Bounce right there quite nicely. Talked about how this inversion I don't really care about, especially if we're hanging around in it. It's not, plus we're bullish, right? So let's see. See if this ends up taking out that high again, closing above, then I would consider this an intermediate term low. But we'll see. It looks pretty good. The first 5 minutes of this 15-minute candle going down is totally fine. Even the second 5-minute candle would be okay if it came back to CE or something. Anyway, let me have a sip of water and then I'm gonna read. I hope that this isn't like, I won't get into copyright trouble. How does that work? Can I read out loud a book? I don't know. Jared, forgive me. I think we'll be fine. I think he's a cool guy, so. Let's see here. Let's see, table of contents. Okay, tilt. I think that's probably. Let me think for a moment. What was it again? Yeah, over trading and tilt and lacking patience, such like that. I think that's a good one. I'll read that. Yeah, 120. So I'm gonna definitely put on a little alert if it's holding this little fair value gap pretty nicely at the moment during lunchtime. Yeah, if we close above that, then my stop is going to be then, I think I will put it up then to there. I guess I'll see how that 15-minute candle, this one, how it closes. Or maybe I'd just put it up to here. 46. Okay. Tilt. For those unfamiliar with the term tilt, it's commonly used in poker to describe a player who gets steaming mad and plays really poorly as a result. The common refrain is "they're on tilt." There are also some great derivations like raging monkey tilt to describe the poker player who is not only making horrendous decisions and losing a lot of money, but is also making a spectacle of themselves. As you can imagine, there's always a line of players waiting to play against an opponent in such a state. The term tilt didn't originate in poker. It actually came from pinball, where players would literally tilt the machine to avoid losing the pinball between the flippers or to control where they wanted the ball to go. I know some traders already use the term, and I say we go ahead and make it ubiquitous in trading as it is in poker. It's more fun and descriptive to say I tilted, rather than I got angry and made some terrible decisions. After all, if you have an anger problem, you might as well have a bit of fun when talking about it. Some of you already recognize how anger impacts your performance and are acutely aware of the costs. Anger builds steadily throughout the trading day or over successive days until the accumulation reaches a boiling point. You become more prone to take speculative trades, hold on to winners and losers too long, or become overly aggressive. You chase losses and rush into decisions. Explosions come out of nowhere, seemingly without warning. Perhaps you tilt without realizing it. You're an internal tilter. Your seething frustration and rage lie hidden, even from yourself, because you aren't overtly angry like other traders you see. Your tilt is much less obvious. When you're steaming, you get quieter, tenser. You're like a pressure cooker about to explode. This could be a result of your style, your personality, or the way you carry yourself. Maybe you've learned to keep it to yourself. Some of you work in environments where that kind of behavior is considered unacceptable, and so you quickly learned to contain it during the trading day. Tilt can be set off in a number of ways. The frustration can be with your results, the market, or yourself. You never get angry randomly. There's always something specific that triggers it. Just looking at that. We'll see if there's a nice little FEG here too. I think I might end up moving it lower there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see in the next 7 minutes. Okay. Where was it? Okay. Okay, yeah, you never get angry randomly. There's always something specific that triggers it. Maybe the market turned against you and the price action is moving in the opposite of your desired direction. Or when you went to hit the bid and close out the trade, the offer disappeared. Or you're annoyed because a fund is spraying the market with their order and it's moving the market dramatically. Then in reaction to those tilt triggers, you might click too many trades out of frustration, think, F the market, this is BS. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe my luck. I'm just looking at those candles. I don't know if I consider this an intermediate term low yet still. I don't know. Good to do this, that. No, I'm gonna just keep the trade for now. 158. I pushed it up there. $36 points in profit. It's during lunchtime, so I'm okay with letting it gyrate back and forth. Yeah, so I'm going to continue reading. Okay, so you might do that. You might force trades, trying to recoup losses and end a day positive. You might deviate from your strategy instead of letting things come to you. You might take a bad setup that you know is wrong. You might chase the market, thinking it can't go up or down more. Believe you know better than the market. How can they buy or sell at this price level? It makes no sense. It will go back down or up. Take trades one after another without as much thought, almost as the floodgates open once you take one bad trade. After having those reactions, you may turn to strategies such as taking deep breaths, taking breaks, quitting, going to the gym, or positive thinking. These strategies are fine for temporarily managing tilt while you work towards resolution, but they're not a permanent solution. Remember, anger is the signal, not the real problem. To eliminate it, you need to first understand the underlying flaws you're battling. The nature of tilt. Anger is not inherently a bad thing. It can be an incredible motivator to act and improve, but it can also lead to the very performance issues that drove you here. Therefore, The first key to solving your tilt problem is to understand the specific causes of your anger. Anger is produced when underlying flaws, biases, or illusions conflict with reality. Anger is at a basic level is a signal of this conflict. These moments of explosion become a chance to identify the real cause of your anger. All right, I'm gonna take a little break because I think people are probably asking, what book is this? So I will get you the link. Just one moment. How possible is the afternoon reversal? I don't know. I don't think so. Why would I try to short this type of market? Someone said, we'll see, we'll hear the end of the book. Oh, you guys are too funny. Let's see, let me see my videos. I do have a link to it here. So, all right, well. In that poll, most people liked one. I think I left it at that. Okay, there you go. Put the name of the book and I'll pin it. All right, let me have a drink of water. All right, all right. Conflicts are most obvious when they exist between two people, like debating who's the greatest athlete of all time, the pros and cons of a tax policy, or making monetary decisions with your spouse. When a conflict accelerates, there's a misunderstanding or an inability to see another perspective. If there's an additional component added, like time pressure, frustration can build and cause a conflict to become unproductive, even confrontational. However, when you reconcile your differences and resolve the conflict, the anger dissipates. Sometimes that conflict was actually helpful, and whether it got heated or not, it led to greater understanding on both sides. In trading, the conflicts that are most often turn into anger are between you and the market and you and yourself. The idea of fighting with the market will make sense to you, but an internal conflict within yourself, that might have you scratching your head. If you've ever felt like you're fighting yourself, that's a pretty accurate way of describing what's happening. Essentially, you're fighting against the performance flaws that I keep talking about in this book, such as believing you're unluckier than other traders, that you should never make a mistake, or that you know what's going to happen. That's funny to me. Okay. Because sometimes I definitely feel like that, like I should never make a mistake, right? Logically, you know the right way to think or react, and you use that knowledge to fight against your flaws. For example, after losing 4 trades in a row, there's one part of you that expects not to take another loss, while another part understands how absurd it is to think that way. This is an example of conflict that you have with yourself. You're fighting to prevent the flaw from causing you to overreact to a loss. Okay. There are times when you're able to win the fight and keep the beast in its cage. At other times, your conscious mind is overwhelmed by the intensity of your anger and you lose control. These conflicts, among the countless others, don't have to become heated. Tilt is not an inevitable outcome. However, when the source of the conflict is unknown or unidentified, frustration starts to build and turn into anger. Anger becomes the signal of a real problem. Unfortunately, traders see anger not as a signal, but as a problem in of itself that triggers the tilt of tilt. Essentially, you're angry because you're angry. Being pissed off that you can't control your anger, tilting because you took a trade you would never take in the right state of mind, or tilting because you have no idea how to fix your tilt problem. This secondary anger is like throwing gasoline on a bonfire. This chapter will help you use your mind to put out the fire to diffuse the impact on your execution and prevent future fires from starting. All right, looks like we are. So whoever tried, again, this inversion, why we talked about it's not good, trapping more shorts, it's likely to happen. We're having this, I would say, is an intermediate term low now. See on ES. Yeah, my new stop is going to go there. Then I'll lock in still. Well, it's not really that amazing, but if it gets stopped out during lunchtime, I actually don't mind. Because I don't really want to hold it through FOMC. Okay. Yeah, so the worst possible thing that could happen is get stopped out in profit here. And then I could call it a day and go pack for Florida that I didn't do yet. Okay. Yeah, I do like that actually. Because I'd rather get stopped out in profit at this point than break even. Okay. However, just make sure my stop is correct there. Yeah, put 1 point below it. All right. That's fine. We'll find out right now. See how this candle does. This 1 minute. Yeah, I'm totally fine with having it like this. If this just curls up again, like it's likely just going to do that. Same thing. Okay. So, where is this? Where was I? Secondary anger. Now I actually will kind of want to watch what happens here. Yeah, I'm okay with putting my stop here now. We went through this once, twice, 3, 4, yeah. So, we're going to find out very soon. Or am I going to remain in the trade? I have my other partials up here, which is really nice. Again, I said wow here, and basically that's a really good indicator. What else is happening? Yeah, that ES took the high there, that wick. Potential that I'll get stopped out during a lunchtime. ES hit 6,000? Really? That's crazy. Oh shit, you're right. That's like the big thing. That's a huge level. Makes sense for it to pause there. So I wouldn't even be surprised if I get stopped. A lot of people taking profit at 6,000 or something. Anyway, we'll find out. I'm not going to push it any higher than that, though. This is the intermediate term low now. We'll see here. If it hangs out in here a long time again, it's probably going to just come pivot back up again. Yeah, you don't want to even see a candle like that. That's not good news for people. Let's see. Let's mark that out. The 1 minute FEG. You don't want it to close above the the midpoint, if somebody is shorting, I would love for it to close back above the midpoint. I don't know why people are shorting this. They're just gonna get hurt. Then there it is. It closed like right at the midpoint, or not above it yet, but that's too much. Am I getting all mad notifications right now? Yeah, so that's trapping more shorts, in my humble opinion. So I'm chilling in this long still. Oh, here, what are people saying? Bye. Why is Bay live at this hour? Because I'm still holding, bro. I'm still holding. Holdle. Hodl. What is it? Hodl or hodl? I think it's hodl, right? So far, the intermediate term low is intact. So that was a safe stop, per se. For now. This is advanced market structuration. I really like this low now, honestly, that it dug into it deeply. Trapped some people. So this is definitely an intermediate term low now. All right. Thanks for staying through this market, honestly. New feed trader says after a year of blockchain PW is such a refresh. Oh, appreciate it. What happened? Hold the line, guitar, that's funny. What was I trying to say? I gotta start practicing my saxophone more, because I would totally whip out the sax and just start playing for some entertainment. But anyway, let's continue reading. You cannot wait for that 4-hour Fair Valley gap. Huh. You think it's gonna retrace to it? We're quite extended from it. How many points? I'd be okay with that. 156. I'd get stopped out way above that. So I was waiting for this 4-hour fair value gap. I would have gone up and traded London if I got the alert. It didn't even get into this, but I would have, because I would have looked like for a 15-minute shift and traded London for that. Because it broke this high with FEG here. It's typically an order pairing zone. That's what so didn't even get there. C'est la vie. It was just a gap up, just gap and go. I said, oh man, I said this morning, I was like, I wonder if today's going to be a gap and go. I did adjust. Tried tiny short, long time stop loss, quick loss, and gone long, holding, hodl. I'm getting mad notifications for what? Oh, you guys want to know a story? I met Tory Trades at Rake Trades Halloween party. You want to know our first impression? And it's caught on video. So I was already there. I was just talking to Jake about he trades. He charts on Thinkorswim, which is fine. But I'm like, I don't like their user interface for charting. I use Thinkorswim for options trading. I started in options. But anyway, Tori comes in and she's like, hi, I'm Tori. She slams my pizza down to the floor. It was an accident, right? I was holding a plate of pizza and I just looked down. I'm like, oh, that's an impression. But she was recording on her Meta Ray-Ban glasses as this was happening. And I'm like, I need to see that later. Good scalp, Tanya. It's a 6. Yeah, bro, that's funny because I said it's a scalp, and then I did take some profit at the high, but I held because I'm, overall bullish, looking for all-time highs in case it was gonna massively have a break imbalance above it, and it did, right? And that's where that came into play. And why did I do that, right? Because you can literally go back, and I was saying, as I was holding it, I was like, oh yeah, where's that 4-hour thing that I had marked out? Here, oh, that's all the way down there. I was literally like, oh, there's 4 minutes left in this 5-minute candle. Like, I'm holding this, right? And then the 15. And that was also the first 2 minutes of the 15. So if I'm thinking it's very possible we could have a displacement there, I would hold, right? That's just kind of getting an entry on a lower time frame and thinking about the higher time frame developing. So yeah, I mean, took some profit at 70 points, 50 points, 70 points. Are we gonna get to 100 points? Are we gonna get to 100 points? What do I think about crypto? I don't know. I haven't taken a look at it. I know that we're like at all-time highs, right? So eventually we're gonna make a new high of day. I mean, it's the bullish order flow being followed. This is an intermediate term high now as one, so you expect it to get broken. This is a long-term high / intermediate term high, whatever. You expect that to get broken as well. You see, this is all respected. Hello, trader watching from Brazil. Welcome. Be nice to her, Tanya. I'm a nice person. I want to see that video. Tori, if you're still watching, send me that video. So, Okay. Tanya, are you a charter student? No. Class of 2022, baby. For free 99. That's why everyone's like, why you do this for free? Because I learned for free myself, so why wouldn't I stream for free? Someone says probably tomorrow, all-time high in TGIF. What about today? We're only 40 points away. Why are you holding book? Can't even read it. You're reading comments. You're gonna get put in timeout. I just feel like you have a bad intention. It's just very rude. Oof. This is a stream. We're multitasking, bro. Why can't I read the freaking chat a little bit and then check out my position? Check out some messages from other trader friends. My channel. Anyway. Do you have a specific trade setup or do you look at order flow? Manipulation and then a structure shift. I missed you and Dodge at the car show in West Palm by like 30 minutes. Oh, that's too bad. I sound like Trump. I gotta get a band hammer. I think this is awesome, Tanya. Thank you. Tanya, how do you plot the important levels for all-time high? Go to the daily, mark it out. You guys, this is the best horizontal ray. I don't like using this as much because I use straight lines anyway, so just horizontal ray. Actually, while I'm here, I need to order this better. This bothers me. Okay. The fib will go all the way on the left. Now we have long and then short on the right, so I don't confuse them. I have GAN box here, that's fine. Brush. The brush should just be somewhere in the middle or something, because I don't use it that often. This I use every day. That's fine. So you guys could see how I was talking about that was a speed bump, sure. Right? We had some deeper tracements, but it didn't break the intermediate term low. And just trapped more shorts. We'll see if we have a new high of day soon. Like lunch hour is almost over. So we'll see. Yes, making new all-time highs. Yeah, we had a little pause there at 6,000. Crazy. We're at 6,000. Thank you, Tanya. You're a really nice person. Mind-blowing moment for me right now when you talked about short and intermediate lows and highs, and I know I can follow this for order flow. You're welcome. Yeah, I recommend the ICT 2022 mentorship. Tanya, are you a Jedi? No, I'm a New Yorker. New Yorker. SMT again. Listen, when it's at the high, like it's like I don't really care. It's bullish order flow, you know. It's like, oh, Nasdaq's waiting, is pausing a little bit before new all-time high. I don't think that's a valid. Learn your valid SMTs, please. I think a very interesting valid SMT was here. Here. I only saw this later. This is more valid. This is better. This is an SMT and an imbalance, and it's a bullish one when order flow is bullish. Okay. what is BPR, balanced price range? You go to ICTindex.io, and you ask that AI a question. I'm not going to type it in the chat. If you're too lazy, it's not my issue. ICTindex.io. And then it will like literally give you some timestamps. So you literally write like, what is a BPR? It's going to tell you it's AI. I'll tell you in timestamps of where to study that. Okay. Powell today. Yeah, we have Powell at 2. I literally have a meeting. I mean, I'm not holding I don't know if I should hold my shit through Powell. Meh, that's probably not. So that's probably going to be my time stop. Like whatever comes first, 100 points or all-time highs. Well, obviously, actually, 100 points will happen first, right? Just need 37 more points from there. Or whichever comes first, that or 2 p.m. or my stop out. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Hey, Tanya, how large for NQ is too large stop loss for you? I'll just change my sizing then. Like I've gone into an NQ trade like 40 point stop loss. I don't think anything more than 40 is acceptable for me though. But if it's like on the 15, it depends on the time frame you're coming in on. If you're trading on typically my stops are like 25 points or so, or 20. But with higher volatility conditions, I accept that sometimes my stops have to be wider. So then you have to go smaller sizing. And then, what did I want to say? Also, if you're entering on the 5-minute or the 15-minute, you have to accept that your stop is going to be wider than if you're entering on a 1-minute. Just because structure is that way, most likely. Like you're going to need a wider stop just because you're on a higher time frame, right? Just adjust your contract sizing. Right? So if you're typically taking 6 contracts on a 20-point stop loss, now that stop loss is 40, you need to take 3 contracts to risk the same amount. So that's simple. Or just don't take the trade and wait for something else. Okay. So. I don't know where I was anymore. Fear of mistakes. I like this. I'm going to read this part. Fear of mistakes. For some traders, mistakes are an integral part of the learning process. So on one level, fearing mistakes essentially means that you fear learning. No one in their right mind would actually fear something so beneficial. But that's the point. In the moment when the fear of mistakes shows up, you're not in your right mind. The way you react to the potential trade, possible exit, or missed entry indicates an error in how you view the learning process. These errors or underlying flaws cause you to fear mistakes. Often the fear of mistakes is subtle because on the surface it seems like a fear of losing, so the signs can be hard to spot. Here are a few things to keep an eye out for. Constantly wondering if your decisions are wrong. Rushing to get out of a position to end the agony of uncertainty. I think some of my chat, they really project that onto me. Treating all mistakes equally. Anything less than perfection is unacceptable. Hesitating, overthinking, and second-guessing many of your decisions. Trying to prevent all mistakes by learning everything you can and working as hard as possible. Quitting after one mistake. Doing anything to avoid judgment or looking stupid. Not closing out a trade when you should to avoid a mistake. At its simplest, fear is all about anticipation. In general, nervousness, anxiety, and fear can build in anticipation of the trading day at particular times of day or when you sense a trade opportunity emerging. But the anticipation of a mistake is particularly challenging from a performance standpoint because it affects your execution and makes you fear a mistake more likely. It could only be momentary, maybe showing up as hesitation or second guessing, but that's enough to compromise your execution. In that moment, you may not even be aware that your nerves are jacked up because you fear a mistake. But when you dig into why you're hesitating, second guessing, or not trusting your gut, you'll find evidence that the fear of mistake is there. Every decision carries the possibility of a mistake, but that doesn't mean that every decision causes you to fear a mistake. Look for clues that indicate underlying fear. Perhaps a particular type of setup or trade is problematic for you. Maybe you're more mistake-prone in drawdown when feeling financial pressure, or maybe you're more likely to slip up after deciding to size up. It could also be linked to timing, such as earnings seasons or breaking news. For some traders, it has to do with the time of day, like periods when they get bored or distracted, or it could be a bigger indication of a weak point of your trading strategy where, for example, you're struggling to trade the open or close. Okay. Your job is to identify and understand the situations where experiencing fear is more likely. That may lead you to uncover tactical reasons for why you tend to make mistakes, meaning that fear was a signal for that weakness in your strategy, system, or execution. You'll likely also find performance flaws that cause you to unnecessarily fear a mistake. In the absence of something tactically wrong, your fear may be illogical, but the intense pressure to avoid mistakes isn't created in a single instance. It has grown larger as you reflected on and evaluated your mistakes in a faulty way. Once you identify the flaws, you have a chance to change the anticipation back to normal. Usually that takes steadily chipping away at the anticipation of a mistake. As it gets smaller and smaller, the overthinking, hesitation, and second guessing are removed and you can get back into seamless execution. What are the faulty ways in which you're evaluating past performance that create this fear? Since the mistakes are intertwined with learning, all of the following flaws are in some way related to the topic. Short-term low, intermediate-term low, short-term low. Okay. Expecting perfection. Believing mistakes should never happen is another way of saying you expect perfection. That's an issue I have. I'm definitely a perfectionist and I expect perfection for myself. It drives me insane. Okay. So it's good for me to brush up on. But sometimes, perfectionism is actually your advantage, you guys. Why? Because it keeps you wanting to constantly improve, right? So it keeps you always diligently improving, right? Okay. What are we up to? Okay, expecting perfection. Believing mistakes should never happen is another way of saying you expect perfection. There's a big difference between a desire for perfection that spurs peak level trading and the expectation of perfection. When you expect perfection, the pressure to avoid mistakes can be such a burden that it keeps you on the sidelines and ironically still causes mistakes, just a different sort. For example, until you feel like you have enough knowledge or tight enough strategy where you're certain to avoid mistakes, you won't trade a new symbol or get into a new market sector. Being slow costs you opportunity. Plus, the fear becomes self-reinforcing. Sometimes you simply can't learn from the sidelines. You have to experience market with skin in the game. But before diving in, you try preventing mistakes by learning everything you can. This sounds like a lot of you guys. This is it's definitely a big thing. You're not going to learn just from YouTube videos. You have to actually press the button, have some skin in the game. A cheap way to do that is to buy an eval, right? Then it gives you some sort of skin in the game that's not paper trading, right? Okay, because then if you're paper trading, you really don't have the same type of emotions and you don't know what your performance issues are. Okay, but before diving in, you try preventing mistakes by learning everything you can. This may seem like an ideal way to start, but if you expect perfection, all that knowledge can jam up your decision-making process. You're likely to overthink or second-guess your strategy and hesitate. That spikes your anxiety. You have to get it right, but your brain isn't working. So back to the sidelines you go to learn more and button up your strategy, and the cycle repeats. All right, did we make another new high on ES there? No, we didn't. That's fine. That's just gyrating. I don't really think that is an SMT. Okay. Well, it makes sense to expect to avoid basic mistakes when you consider even a slight misstep to be on par with a big mistake. Trading feels like walking a tightrope where you can easily fall to your death. Perhaps your expectation of perfection isn't all that black and white. You understand that mistakes can happen, but you expect to never make the same mistake twice. Consequently, when it happens again, it's shocking. You weren't expecting it. Questions swirl around in your mind. How can this happen? How could I have been so stupid? What more could I possibly do? You do more work to try and trade better, but you still make the same mistake. Your performance feels out of your control, and your fear multiplies. I do wonder, it's not 130 yet, right? 130 could provide a manipulation. We'll see. I still think it's fine. Okay. When you make a mistake, your job is to correct it so you don't make it again. But traders can expect a mistake to be corrected just by being aware. But traders can expect a mistake to be corrected just by being aware of what they did wrong. Sometimes mistakes are more complex. And without doing some real work to understand the cause, they keep happening again and again and again. To begin making progress here, let's look closer at what expectations imply. An expectation is another word for guarantee. I'm not making a linguistic choice. This is an important distinction. By saying, I expect myself to be perfect, you're basically saying that perfection will happen. When you expect perfection, the reality is that you truly can only expect or guarantee your worst. While that may sound pathetic, it's still true. Okay. Earlier in the book, I outlined the idea of having an A, B, and C game and mapping yours. The only guarantee is your C game because your skills present at that level, for better or for worse, have been mastered. They show up easily and automatically. Your A and B game, on the other hand, are earned through your study and backtesting, efforts to be in prime physical, mental, and emotional condition, hours collaborating with other traders, and other work you do to become a better trader. Collectively, they power your ability to escape your C game each day. From that perspective, when missteps occur, you must become the detective. Examine with curiosity the reasons why you fell short and find a way to improve. As the Inchworm concept shows us, perfection is a moving target that will never be attained consistently. Aspire to perfection, don't expect it. Mistakes are inevitable. The goal is to learn from them faster. I'm also not implying that you should lower your expectations. That's not the correction. Instead, transform your expectations into aspirations or goals. When you aim towards perfection rather than expecting it, you automatically treat mistakes in the correct way, as essential for growth. You expect mistakes to be part of the process, and your goal is to correct them as quickly as possible. Bro, stop, bro. If you don't like it, you can just leave. I think most people like reading. The book is pinned right now. Beaten dog syndrome. Let's see what else. I like this one. I'll read one more. It says obvious mistakes. Obvious mistakes. The fear of an obvious mistake is exactly what it sounds like. You fear that you'll make mistakes that are so obviously wrong, it's inconceivable how they could happen. Even more vexing are the times when you know what you're doing is wrong and yet you still do it. The shock and disbelief that you can't stop yourself from making mistakes that you know are wrong causes considerable apprehension and tension. You start the day already on edge, worried that if one thing goes against you, you're going to rapidly lose control and make some big mistakes. Even working hard to prevent these types of mistakes don't ease the fear. You don't want your effort to be wasted, and you end up right back where you started with no progress and just more fear. Your fear of an obvious mistake is appropriate because your ability to stop it from happening is low. But often traders are hyper-focused on the actual mistakes and not the cause of them. As I discussed in the previous section, obvious mistakes are the consequence of being so emotionally compromised you don't have a chance of stopping it. However, traders often fail to account for the mental and emotional factors that cause the mistake, especially with mistakes that are more obvious or basic. When they do make an obvious mistake, they don't work on it because they believe they already have the necessary knowledge to avoid that mistake. They write it off as a fluke or assume that the mistakes are easy to fix. To improve, you must understand these mistakes are not a indictment of your trading prowess. Instead, put a spotlight on the mental and emotional problems causing you to make these obvious mistakes. For example, it could be greed, fear of losing, anger, loss of confidence, or overconfidence. These are the problems forcing you to make an obvious mistake in the first place. Then you developed a fear of obvious mistakes in response to being unable to stop them from happening. Fix the real problem, and you'll stop making obvious mistakes, and your fear will eventually go away. To speed up the process, do two things at once. Develop a strategy to fix the cause of your obvious mistakes, and rebuild trust in your performance so that your fear can subside. Early on, you may still be on edge that these mistakes will happen. That's logical. The risk is still high. It's still a tenuous time. As you improve, you'll know when and why they happen and how to stop them in real time. And the chance of making an obvious mistake will be low. Okay, someone said, thank you, Tanya. This is so helpful. I'm loving today's stream. You're welcome. It seems like most people are liking it because there's the same amount of people are sticking around. So 1 p.m. started here, end of lunchtime. It's possible that a manipulation is happening. We'll see if it's just a repricing to this fair value gap area, or maybe it will be manipulating and taking out this low, or maybe even it's possible I get stopped out, which is fine. But we'll accepting the risk, still waiting and seeing. I'm still up 50 points, it's funny. Okay, repricing. I think it's more likely that it's repricing than shifting. The 5 minute, it's so funny how like this 5 minute, there's literally no FEGs on ES. Yeah, we'll find out. I think it's more likely just repricing, building more, dropping more shorts and whatever, just like here. And I'm okay with being wrong. Stops are in place for a reason. Okay. You waiting for FOMC meeting? No, I'm kind of just waiting for, I'm holding for all-time highs, honestly, and just runners, 400 points, or some sort of standard deviation again. I mean, I've been holding since here, just kind of trailing my stop. And the stop's not hit, so I'll continue trailing until it gets hit, or until it gets to all-time highs, or the time stop of 2 p.m., whichever comes first. The worst thing that can happen, I get stopped in 34 points in profit while taking, profits at 50 points and 70 points. Had your lunch yet? No, but if I get stopped out, I will definitely go eat lunch. I'll be happy, honestly. See, the short-term low got taken. Will this low get taken or not? And I think it's stopped out yet. Because I put it 1 point below. Wow. It did go 3 ticks below, so it stopped. I guess my stop, yeah, I put right here. Find out in a minute. Bruh. Alright. That could have been manipulation, I guess. That would be kind of epic if it again didn't stop me out. Gave it a little bit of breathing room here. Okay, that's what I did. I put it below the 15-minute bottom of this. That's what I ended up doing. But I can still get stopped out, people. That is an impressive push-up, though. Put it 1 point below this. Okay. I don't remember what I ended up doing there. Yeah. I think I was like, I want a little bit more breathing room. That's wild. That is kind of wild. So it wicked it. We'll end up seeing, is that the 1 p.m. manipulation? Would be cool. Would be cool. So I wouldn't short this, for example, because we just took out some sell side there and still bullish. I don't think that's a break of structure in my humble opinion. Anyway, I guess until I get stopped out, let me put another alert there. That feels like magic. Just like earlier. I didn't eat, but what can I make? I have steak. I ate 2 muffins this morning, actually. Yeah, either 2 p.m. happens or stop loss happens first, or 100 points. We'll find out. Any SMTs here? This is the one. This is the one. No, there's just an SMT earlier there. There's no SMTs. Be interested to see if this ends up being a manipulation. So remember when we talked about here, that trade would have pretty much worked out. But structurally, if someone were to put that stop there, 15-minute, 1 minute, it would have been a very difficult trade, though. Probably get stopped. Well, if ES was making a new high and you're trading this kind of range, you have to be careful. But you probably would have gotten stopped like break even, partial break even or something if you were to take this one. Anyway. I don't know, that definitely feels a little wild. I really don't mind getting stopped. And I can go eat my lunch. I could eat my lunch then. But I didn't. What are they trying to say? I also have meatballs. Meatballs and spaghetti and penne alla vodka. Decisions. See, inverted this. Is it staying within this? Or no? No. But it's staying in the upper for now. Honestly, I don't think that that's going to hold. If it does, I'd be kind of surprised. Let's end up seeing. Is this just going to be another going to stop me out and then I can go eat lunch, or is it going to be that's the 1 p.m. manipulation? It's leading up to J Powell. Oh wait, I can't just like stop. 2 p.m. stop being my time stop is kind of bad. Yeah, that's kind of bad. It'll have to be like 1:59, or I get stopped in profit here. How long have I been in this trade for? I feel like it's been forever. It's been 2 hours. What was this one? It was the end of the lunch hour, right? Okay. I lit long here. Let's measure that. Finally, I'm in the trade for a long time, though. I'm happy. Long here. Partial something like here. And then again here. And then, so here. So partial, definitely a partial something like this here. 17 minutes. And then again around here, 70 points, an hour and 9 minutes. And then now has it been 3 hours? 2 hours and 35 minutes. All right, let's see. Am I finally gonna get stopped out in profit? Boom, boom. Should be happening right now. I don't know why it's. Off a point before it. I just want to go eat lunch at this point. All right, there we go. Well, locked in the rest of my along there at like 36 points. That did end up working out there for those shorts. And that's it. Honestly, pretty successful day. I'm not going to be trading FOMC. I do have lots of things to attend to. This live stream has gone too long. But I wish everyone good luck. I definitely am overall still bullish on the narrative. So, good stream. Hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of ASMR there. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome, Vijay. Thank you, and I'll see you back. Yeah, we will be streaming 9:15 a.m. tomorrow. Bye.